on our agriculture, our economy, our foreign relations, our justice system, our governance, our international competitiveness, our education, our world class festivals and entertainment, sports, politics, regional cooperation, much more. Globally positioning Dominica.
Simeon, could you mute your mic?
Join the conversation on the
Simeon, mute
Global
your mic.
on Q. Tune in, call us, have your say.
I am here.
Global View on Q, only
Your
on
mic is unmuted. Mute your
Q95.
mic, Simeon. Good evening to you at home,
And
in your vehicle if you are on the road or at work or listening on the radio or on the internet in Dominica or abroad. Thank you for choosing Q95. This is the Global View on Q. A very, very warm welcome to all of our Q family listeners at home and globally. I'm Sheridan Gregoire, Mr. G. It is Tuesday, the 10th day of March 2026, the 10th Tuesday of 2026, and it's just about 8 p.m. in the studios at Q95, the big station. We're live on our radio frequencies on QTV. Please follow us on Facebook, on YouTube at Q95 FM Radio. Share the live, like our pages, or on your phone numbers are on the homepage of our website at www.q95da.com. Get the latest breaking news and reviews on Q95 because you know it's true if you hear it on Q. We continue to revive the spirit of graciousness, love, peace, prosperity, and unity among our Kalinago and Afro-Caribbean brothers and sisters. This Tuesday night, it's our seventh Global View on Q show for 2026, and we continue to engage with our local, regional, and global Q family listeners and friends of Dominica. With me tonight is my co-host, Dr. Irving Adric, social scientist Simeon Joseph, former CSA General Secretary Alvin Thomas, and former Dominica UN Ambassador Crispin Gregoire. Good evening to all you gentle people. Tonight's discussion is about national security and economic interests of small island states like Dominica amidst a Middle East war, global insecurity, Caribbean sanctions, and trade disruptions. Tonight, I have quite a few talking points for my panel. One is the rules-based global order ushered in at the end of World War II coming to an end with wars in Ukraine and Iran and U.S. military operations in Venezuela, Colombia, and Mexico, and Ecuador, and suggestions of a U.S. intervention in Cuba. The Monroe Doctrine is now replaced by the Dunroe Doctrine in the Western Hemisphere. What does this mean for the Caribbean going forward? And how will the war in Iran affect the future of OECS CBI programs? The insecurity arising from the US-Israel attack on Iran. What will this war mean for CARICOM and small island states like the OECS in terms of rising costs of food, trade, fuel, electricity, and travel as a result of increased oil prices? 4, should Caribbean countries continue the policy promoting renewable energy development, reduction of dependence on fossil fuel for electricity generation? 5, should Caribbean countries start advocating for an end to the conflict and return to the negotiations between the US and Iran? 6, we have seen that the fallout with the US on the CBI programs in the OECS has resulted already in visa restrictions down to only one visit over a 3-month period. 7, could the annual $50 million of remittances from the diaspora to Dominica via Western Union and MoneyGram be impacted, just as has been the case with Cuba? 8, China depends on Iran for most of its oil supplies and might have an interest in intervening in the US-Israel-Iran war. Now, Russia is assisting Iran and may see the Iran war as an opportunity to posture as a mediator to bring an end to the Middle East hostilities, and at the same time, take this opportunity to escalate the war with Ukraine while the US is engaged with the Iran war. So where does CARICOM and the OECS go from here in the new global crisis? What are the implications for the Caribbean's relations with Venezuela, with China, and Cuba in the face of US geopolitical interests in the Caribbean as manifested in US actions in Venezuela and now seemingly about to be in Cuba? CARICOM and the OECS in need of strategic policies and plans that are relevant to fuel, transportation, and economic stability. as cargo ships and oil tankers passing through the Strait of Hormuz are disrupted by the military escalation involving the United States, Israel, and Iran. Now, most Caribbean countries import some 90 to 100% of their fuel, and a significant portion of global oil shipments pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Even if CARICOM imports come mainly from the United States Gulf Coast, those prices are pegged to global oil benchmarks, Brent WTI, and the Caribbean fuel prices will rise even if the oil is not directly sourced from the Gulf Coast. So for Dominica, this means high electricity costs, higher transportation costs, and rising food prices. Caribbean airlines and travel will also be impacted as fuel represents 30 to 40% of airline operating costs. Caribbean households' response should be strategic in that citizens should prepare for higher food prices, higher transport costs, and price increases for electricity. This crisis could be an opportunity to grow home gardens, reduce vehicle fuel consumption, use public transport where possible, and increase food storage of staples. It may also be a strategic opportunity for the Caribbean to accelerate renewable energy transition and regional energy integration, create food self-sufficiency, and embark on bulk imports of food and pharmaceutical supplies. And finally, those who busted US sanctions by transporting and selling Iranian oil be held to account. We will have some follow-up questions, or if you like, a few more talking points based on the submissions of our panelists. So we look forward to the contributions of Justice Dr. Irving Andre, social scientist Simeon Joseph, former CSA General Secretary Alvin Thomas, and former Dominica UN Ambassador Crispin Gregoire, and Q95 callers and viewers on Facebook, on YouTube, and on that topic. So as usual, we invite you, our Q family friends, our Q family and friends of Dominica, to help us give our usual big shout out and big thank you to our farmers, our healthcare providers, frontline workers, police and fire officers, teachers, doctors, nurses, and public and private sector patriots and friends of Dominica at home and abroad. We welcome each and every Dominican and friend of Dominica to the Global View on Q. We embrace you wherever you are, in every nook and cranny, in every village, in every community, at home, in Dominica, in the region, and globally. So thank you, as always, Sherwin, for keeping us on the air. Thank you, Lambi, on the console, directing the traffic. We will take your calls. As you know, the people's voice is always a priority on Q and on the Global View on Q. So call us anytime during the program. Lambi will signal us when you call. My co-host and guest panelists will expand and deliver on their own ideas on tonight's topic. So as usual, each panelist will divide a contribution into five-minute presentations. We'll also have an opportunity to make a closing remark. So now I go to Justice Dr. Irving Andre for his first 5-minute opening comments on tonight's topic. Dr. Andre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. G. And let me welcome my esteemed panelists, Lambi under control, Sherwin somewhere, places unknown or paths unknown, the audience, and let us all be glad that at least we can see and listen and hear and hopefully express our respective opinions on these pressing and most significant of issues. These are very precipitous times, to be quite frank with you, for the small islands in the Caribbean. You have a president who's basically harkened back to the past. You made mention of the Dunro Doctrine. That is a resuscitation, I should say, of an old doctrine named after an American president called Monroe, the Monroe Doctrine. The doctrine stands for one simple proposition: Americans are the world boss in this hemisphere. Americans have assumed the right to dictate to the smaller countries or the less powerful countries, to dictate to them who should be their leaders, to dictate to them what type of life they should have, their degree of subservience to American interests. And what we have seen is a resurgence of that old colonialist perspective, courtesy of somebody called Donald Trump. Obviously, Latin America had a very checkered history, dominated by American intervention in most of these countries, whether it's Chile, whether in Argentina, whether in Guatemala, whether it's in Haiti, whether it's in Dominican Republic, throughout the recent history, by recent I mean the 100-year-old history of these countries, the American presence has been quite present, and not for the better, to be quite frank with you. So it is within this context that we look at this war in Iran, where President Trump, regarding himself as perhaps a new, or what should I say, a new leader, an ultimate leader. He had always lusted for the power and the control of the leaders of countries such as Russia, such as North Korea, such as China. And what we have witnessing right now is the effects of that type of obsession to become a fascist leader. And so we have the unwarranted invasion of Iran, which will have significant repercussions for small island states such as Dominica. The most recent figures indicate that $891 million to $900 million have been spent by the Americans to prosecute this war. In the first 100 hours, it is estimated that the Americans spent $3.7 billion in Iran fighting the Iranians, or $83.3 million per hour, $6 billion in the first week. And what are the implications for small Caribbean states? The most obvious ones would definitely be trade disruptions, the centrality of oil in the economies of most of these islands, weather for gas. I think cooking gas may well be affected, quite frankly. We'll have surge in oil prices, although the market is going up and down, at least today. But quite frankly, if Iran fulfills its threat to close down the Strait of Hormuz, then there will be even greater chaos. The cost of living in these islands will rise astronomically. And I should mention one thing. Just today, for God's sakes, you had a huge declaration of what it is, geothermal energy coming to fruition in Dominica. And it was being hailed as a great achievement. Well, the fact of the matter is, this will bring no relief to Dominica. When this initiative was started, it was hailed as a significant development in reduction of the cost of electricity to Dominica. By the most recent estimates, approximately $300 to $400 million have been spent. But who owns the geothermal facility in Dominica, for God's sakes? If my information is correct, it was sold yet again to a foreign entity, which is the trend in Dominica. Everything is being sold to foreign interests, whether it's geothermal, whether it's, for example, hotels paid for by Dominica CBI funds, and other initiatives and other industries. And if my sources are correct, this company or the company that has invested, well, invested is not a right word, but in our geothermal industry was guaranteed a rate of return. So what are the implications for Dominica? On their backs, this foreign company, and I wonder how much it had to spend to gain that right, because that is the patented pattern in Dominica. Kickbacks, and you're guaranteed a rate of return on your investment on the backs of Dominica. So make no mistake about it. Geothermal energy will bring no salvation to Dominicans struggling to make a bread or to have a decent way of life. Because yet again, this government has sold a vital interest, vital service to foreign interests. Rising prices of food items. Ships have to use fuel for travel purposes. That translates into increased costs. The same thing applies to airplanes. Again, that will affect Dominicans in a very fundamental fashion. Travel, obviously, will be affected, travel to and from Dominica. The cost of travel. And we don't even have to go as to the restrictions imposed by the US, imposed by the British, and soon to be, hope, I suspect, the Europeans, with respect to the limitations on movement of Dominicans to these countries. So we'll be facing a double whammy. These increases in fuel, in food, travel, are coming on the heels of severe restrictions on Dominicans insofar as travel is concerned. They will also have an impact on remittances, Dominicans sending money back home. It will definitely affect it because there are Dominicans, quite frankly, in Dubai, in Bahrain. We also know that monies or proceeds of the past sales of passports have been secreted in those countries too. So many Dominicans abroad who are working and trying to provide an honest living for their relatives in Dominica will be seriously affected by this type of disruption occasioned by the vanity of an American leader. What about violence? If economic conditions in Dominica deteriorate, that may also have an impact on the whole question of crime in Dominica. Restrictions in remittances I've talked about. What about the involvement of China and Russia, which Mr. G referred to? If in fact the wars go relatively badly for the Americans will be seeking retribution against those who assisted the Iranians. They will be seeking retribution against those who engaged in sanction-busting activities insofar as the sale of Iran's wealth and oil was concerned. They will be seeking those islands that have been corralled or literally taken over by Chinese interests. They will be seeking those who are building an international airport. You remember what happened in Grenada. So that by giving away Ross, we really did not do ourselves any good, because if the justification for literally handing over that industry was to ensure that the Americans don't have a reason to come to Dominica, they are wrong. The reason is right there. So that's what we're looking at in total. A development that will have a significant impact on Dominica's economy, that will disrupt our economy, that will impoverish us even further, and that, quite frankly, will make the future of Dominica very uncertain and very unstable. That is my opening salvo. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Justice Dr. Irving Andre. And as I go to Alvin Thomas, Alvin, in your opening remarks, and maybe if you can take a moment to address a couple of questions. How serious is this economic risk for small island states if this conflict continues to escalate? And then small island states are not military actors, but economic shock absorbers in global crisis. So if you, in your opening remarks, maybe you might want to address a couple of those.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. G. Let me just say a pleasant good evening to all the folks who have already tuned in to Q95, and a special good evening to my fellow panelists here this evening. I also want to say good evening to my friend Lambi in the studio at the console. Thank you for inviting me again to share my perspective of how I see things, and hopefully my contribution can spur some action at the end of the day when we have those conversations. I think the end game is hopefully for our citizens at home in particular to be able to take some action. Let me first of all say quite categorically that the implications of this war in the Middle East is going to affect Dominica. It's definitely going to have an effect on small island states, on CARICOM, on the OECS, and Dominica. It has already begun to affect us in the US as it relates to gas prices. I think today in Atlanta, I saw the price of gas went up by as much as 50 cents a gallon on a gallon. That's US, yeah? It was averaging anywhere from about $3.50, $3.60, almost $4 US a gallon. So there's absolutely no way that the United States has already begun to feel the impact of the war by gas prices and prices in commodities, and states like Dominica is not going to feel it. There's one particular, on the news tonight, there's one particular businessman who delivers flowers, and he said he has already upped the price on the delivery because of the gas. So I'm saying it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. And having said that, I would like to leave tonight with the listeners and the Dominicans in particular back home with a few things that we can do as a people. A lot of times we kind of play dead. We kind of roll over and say there's nothing we can do. And I agree government has to take the lead and initiate policies. But I think as citizens, as civil society, I think we have to and can do something ourselves. Nobody's coming to save us, put it this way. We have to save ourselves. Like if you're thrown in the deep ocean, you either swim or sink. The 16th, I'm going to continue with a quote by the 16th president of the United States, who was Abraham Lincoln. And in December 1st of 1862, and by the way, he was the first Republican president of the United States. He led the nation through what was called then the Civil War, and he sought to preserve the Union and also ended slavery. And here's what he said at his famous address to the Congress, what is now referred to as the State of the Union. Quote, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country," unquote. And as I said, that was during the Civil War and leading on to the ending of slavery. He was the first Republican. Ironically, we have a Republican now in the person of President Trump that have declared that war in the Middle East against Iran. I'm saying all of this to say that this is where we are as a nation, as people of the region. And the question remains, what do we do? Or how do we act? There's every reason for citizens of Dominica and the rest of the region to feel disappointed, to feel disillusioned, to feel abandoned, to feel the way that they feel in terms of how our government have treated and provided for the citizens of the region. And therefore, it is just reasonable to expect people to feel, well, hey, what has CARICOM done? What has the OECS done? And to feel hopeless. But let me just again borrow a quote from one of the economists, an American economist, Paul Romer, who said, "A crisis is a terrible thing to waste." So while we're in a crisis, we must look for ways in which we can overcome. And when I say we, I'm referring to each of us individually and as a collective, as a community. Interestingly, Mr. G, I was doing some research in preparation for this program, and the Gulf countries, they refer to them as the Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC. And the GCC is made up of seven countries. Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, and they refer to as the GCC. And that grouping came about in May of 1981. The 25th of May 1981, that GCC was formed. And ironically, the OECS was formed on the 18th of June 1981. 1 month after the GCC was formed in 1981, on the 25th of May, the OECS, as we know it today, was formed on the 18th of June 1981. And I guess at the time one might say you had persons there with a vision, leaders with a vision that saw the need for the formation of the OECS. One might argue it came out of the Grenada and all that stuff too. That's plausible. But I'm saying this to say, when you look at where this GCC has come over the years and where we have come as an OECS region, I'm not even looking at CARICOM, which is much older. You ask the question, has these people really represented the interests of the man on the street? So given where we are now, in the crisis that we are now, what can we expect as a people? I think it was on your program a while back, I made the comment that given that we have 5 countries, I believe, that were part of the CBI arrangement within the OECS. We had Antigua, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts, and St. Lucia. I would put it, and I stand corrected, I would put it between these 5 countries, they must have generated close to $30 billion by way of CBI revenue. I'm sure they did. On an average, you would say 5 billion over, let's say, a 5 or 10 year period. If they had only put aside 5% of that 30 billion, or 10% rather, they would have put aside $3 billion into a fund that can now be used in a development fund that can now be used for the people of the region. We have this infrastructure in place. We have what is called the ECCU. We have a currency union. We have our EC dollars is pegged to the US dollars, unlike the rest of CARICOM, where the Jamaican dollar fluctuates, the Trinidadian dollar fluctuates. Our dollar is stable with the US. And that's why I said that the people of the region have every right to feel cheated. Because now we'll be talking about, at least within the OECS, some sort of arrangement being made, utilizing that development fund derived from the CBI revenue. But guess what? It was squandered. It's like not putting anything aside for rainy days. So here we are today, faced with a war in the Middle East that is likely to impact the daily lives of the people in the region. And by that impact, I mean food. There's going to be a scarcity on food. And if we do get the food, there's going to be an increase in price, because there's going to be a corresponding increase with the freight, with the insurance, with the shipping, supply chain disruption. increasing gas prices. So all of that is going to affect the people of the region. So I'm going to pause here for a minute and to say to the people that, to my fellow citizens back home, that we should not panic. There's no need to panic. We should be prepared. As an old scout, we must be prepared for what is to come. And we need to stay focused. Between now and until such time, we can very likely change the administration or change the trajectory of where we are. We need to take some action. And before the program is ended tonight, I will suggest a few practical things that we can do individually and collectively. Practical things that we can do, which I think we can, that can mitigate some of the challenges that will confront us, namely food, security, energy challenges, and how we might be able, within the short term to at least the medium term, mitigate some of that. And that's my contribution for now, Mr. G. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Very good. Simeon, let me come to you now. I mean, when you look at the region and Dominica, for example, as an example, I mean, the Caribbean governments prepared for a prolonged global energy shock because most countries lack, and I'm sure Dominica lacks, strategic reserves and long-term energy security policies. Is this the moment for CARICOM to accelerate food security policies, for example, in the face of this global crisis where prices are going to be increasing? Unmute your mic.
It always gives me yeah.
Right.
Well, Mr. G, thanks. Good night to you. Good night to the panelists. Good night to our listeners. So I saw you touch on CARICOM, but you know, this, to my mind, has to respond to what we see as our economic interests and vulnerabilities. There's no doubt that our CARICOM countries, like Dominica, fall under a grouping that we call SIDS, Small Island Developing States. And any external factors will always create any global instability marked by any form of expanding conflict between the United States, Israel, wherever, will obviously present a direct threat to both our national security, but also our economic survival. And it will have a major economic impact on anything that we do in the region, particularly with regard to, as has been mentioned by some of your previous panelists, energy costs, things like trade disruption, and would definitely create a sort of strain on the region, CARICOM as a whole. But as we delve deeper into some of the realities of the threats that would perhaps come, we have to realize that CARICOM and Dominica in particular, we're highly dependent on imports and external financing, making it exceptionally vulnerable, making us in the region and the Caribbean and Dominica particularly, especially now, exceptionally vulnerable to any global shock that takes place. First of all, and again, I'm not going to dwell too much on those things because these things have been alluded to in the fact before, we have energy and inflationary shocks, okay, which will definitely impact the Caribbean. Because right now the Middle East is almost choked off through the Strait of Hormuz, where we know that can have an impact, and no doubt we are going to see things like increasing gas prices and perhaps electricity, and there will be a surge in what we call domestic inflation. We will also have supply chain disruptions. We know those things are the roots that take place, and so we will have things like freight rises. We will have things like food security being threatened, and we will also have things like our food supply being severely impacted. One of the issues that we have to be very mindful of in terms of all of this is our citizenship by investment program will come under fire. Because remember, that accounts for almost 20, from what the last I recall, it accounts for almost 28% of Dominica's GDP. And there are these existential threats that already exist, that we know that there have been imposed restrictions on Dominica and Antigua over concerns that these golden passports have thing, and many of which, of course, we know have been sold to Russian oligarchs and some of the alleged Iran Revolutionary Guard. So these are some of the threats that CARICOM will have to undergo. We also cannot ignore the fact that the Caribbean, and when I listened to the last Heads of Government Conference, and Kamala Bissad-Bissessar spoke at length about the Caribbean and the zone of peace, I threw my mind back to 3 Heads of Government conferences before, when that was the focus, that was the major takeaway, that was the main articulation from a Heads of Government conference 3 years ago. You remember the Prime Minister said that in Dominica that CARICOM had said that they're going to make peace a health issue. And so the Caribbean, that has been seen as a zone of peace, with having that kind of strategic corridor, because we're caught in the geopolitical crosswinds. Remember, ships coming through from the east through the Panama Canal have to pass through the Caribbean Sea. Ships passing through Europe and having to go to the east have to pass through the Caribbean Sea as well. And so we cannot underestimate the fact that the Caribbean Sea is a strategic corridor that seemingly will be caught in what we call this geopolitical crosswinds. And so what can happen as a result of that? Will emerge national security challenges. Some of these national security challenges that CARICOM will have to confront is transnational crime, because of the fact that all of these narcotics that have been passing through the Caribbean, and we know, just look at Mexico. Look at Mexico last week, right? The level of gang violence that was fueled by illegal guns and drugs that almost destabilized a complete section of Mexico. And I would like to pause here for a minute and to say that we in the Caribbean needed to pay closer attention to what happened in Puerto Vallarta in Mexico, because it is becoming a known phenomenon that many of the gang leaders and drug pushers are very prominent in the Caribbean, in societies, with governments and politicians, and are almost becoming part of the status quo of or you could say our Caribbean societies. So we have to pay attention to that. One thing that concerns me very much is the increasing U.S. military presence in the Caribbean, where we had warships and guided missiles, destroyers, where we have ships being targeted, and there's a heightened militarization of the Caribbean that we've never seen before, not even in the Cold War. That strong presence of these things. And of course, we have to be mindful of maritime and border surveillance. We will need to, as a Caribbean people, by way of my opening statements, have a strategic response and outlook to what is happening in the Caribbean today. And so what we have to call for is some restrained and responsible leadership that will prevent a total economic collapse globally and in terms of the Caribbean. So we will have to be mindful of what resilience planning that the Caribbean needs to urge itself to activate to allay the national risks that will accrue out of this scenario, because we're going to have to start planning for energy, for migration, and for other threats that will come upon our doorsteps. That the Caribbean would need as well to look at a form of diversification of their economies, whereby the sustainability of our countries must transition away from fossil fuel dependence and modernize our agricultural sectors to enhance our food sovereignty. Because it means, therefore, if our nations and our Caribbean countries are consistently and persistently under threat by external factors, and given the fact that our region, which was one time a predominantly agricultural country, but that seems to have dissipated, with the exception perhaps of Trinidad and to some extent Guyana and Jamaica, we need to realize the dependence of fossil fuel and on agriculture. And so what is we going to have to look as how can we restore our sovereignty in terms of food security vis-a-vis our agricultural sector. So by means of my opening statement, we need to ask ourselves, what strategies can we in the Caribbean use to mitigate from the Middle East conflict that's taking place? Because it may go away soon, but it may also not go away anytime soon. And we also have to ask ourselves, how are our Caribbean nations being most affected by all this U.S. travel uncertainty? And also, I would say, the impending disadvantageous prospect of the CBI program. Okay, we need to be mindful of that, because I'm not sure if we are paying enough due diligence to the fact that based on all the travel bans that are taking place, all the restrictions on travel is severely going to affect the CBI programs, because we sold it as our passports as the commodity that negates, that encourages visa-free travel. And with all those restrictions being placed, the question is, we have to seriously look at it and see the CBI programs are going to be severely impacted, because all these people who are buying these passports for the opportunity is no longer there. And so that there's going to be seriously eroded. And also, too, we need to find out what are the security implications, what I don't like very much of the increased U.S. military presence in the Caribbean. I listened to a very, I would say, damning speech by Marco Rubio recently, almost promoting recolonization of the world and the region, and almost buying or asking people to buy into the fact that there must be a recolonization process, that we must return to the age of global dominance. Okay, and so this would be my opening statement, my sense to you, and my response to when we look at CARICOM and some of the things that we have to be mindful of as a body, as a grouping, because there's no doubt about it. There is a strong link between the vulnerability of CARICOM countries and any global general threat that exists out there, and the fact that serious attention needs to be played, needs to be given to the fact that we need to mitigate those risks that we will face, that we are going to face, and ultimately the people of Dominica and the Caribbean faced with the most. Because one of the things that keeps resonating in my mind is the fact that so many Caribbean people, particularly in Dominica, will accept anything that political leadership does without paying due care, diligence, and attention to how what they do, how it affects them, without realizing that they are the ones who will be mostly affected in the long run if there is any inaction, lack of action, or non-action on the part of the leaders, or bad action on the part of the leaders of the Caribbean. And we are seeing it. We're continuing to see it. And we need to be, if there's one thing, one takeaway I would like to promote tonight is the fact that we as Caribbean people, we as Dominicans, we need to pay closer attention to what is happening in the global sphere, to what our leaders do, to what our governments do, and become engaged in. Because at the end of the day, all of these people will be much better off than those of us who have to live with the rotten end of the stick of the actions of leaders globally, in the Caribbean, and in Dominica. That's my opening statement.
Yeah, and thanks a lot, Simeon, for that. Crispin, as I come over to you, in your opening remarks, I wonder whether you could address your thoughts to the fact that this crisis now highlights the importance of regional agricultural integration, because we're supposed to have had a single market and economy, single market and economy. That doesn't seem to be going anywhere at this time. And could this crisis push the Caribbean towards renewable energy independence faster? All right, so maybe you might want to address this, and of course, the whole question of accelerating food security, as a response to what is going on in this global crisis.
Yes. Well, good evening, Mr. G, and thank you for inviting me on this panel tonight. Good evening to my fellow panelists, Lambi, and my fellow panelists, I should mention them, Simeon Joseph and Alvin Thomas, and of course, Justice Irwin Andre as the co-host. I salute you, gentlemen, and expect to learn and a lot tonight. I wanted to, having listened to Alvin, Simeon, and Dr. Andre, I will come to your question on food security and addressing the question of food in our region. But Mr. G, I wanted to start by tackling your first talking point, which is the rules-based global order that's ushered in at the end of World War II, is it coming to an end? I think it's important to put that into context, because I hear we are one quarter into this new century. We are seeing the revival and resurgence of the Monroe Doctrine, now dubbed the Donroe Doctrine after Donald Trump Doctrine. And that doctrine is very well captured in a document that was published by the US government in December of 2025. And that document, that is the 2025 National Security Strategy of the United States. And that is important for all politicians in the Caribbean to read, because that is the roadmap that the United States has put on the table, and they are acting on it. They're implementing it. And I should say that national security strategy of the US is really a focused approach to protect core US national interests and to ensure long-term American preeminence globally. And it also emphasizes defending the US homeland, reasserting influence in the Western Hemisphere through the Donroe Doctrine now, and competing with China in the Caribbean region, but also in Indochina. And lastly, last element of that is to prioritize military presence in in places that where core US interests may be threatened. And one of those places is the Caribbean, where China has been rising in our region. Of course, they have made huge headway in South America, the bigger countries who have things to sell China, like soybeans that Brazil exports, and rare earth minerals that have now become what the big scramble of the big powers. So the rules-based order that emerged after World War II, it was an ambitious set of vision that really set out to create a liberal democratic values and a market capitalism and multilateral cooperation. And this went on well for a little while after World War II. But then there was a schism that happened. But before I get into the schism, I wanted to say that the idea of this vision was to create these rules by which conflicts would be stopped or ameliorated, so that you don't get to conflict. There are rules of such as non-intervention in other countries, right? The establishment of institutions, the United Nations, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund. Later on, we have the WTO and such institutions. But the UN system that was developed, which is quite large, it's not just the Secretariat in New York. You also have UNESCO, and you have other UN specialized agencies in different places in the world. And these institutions have been accepted rules and norms, and the focus on political cooperation among countries. And I already mentioned peaceful resolution of disputes and economic recovery of countries following war or following disasters, right? These things, all of these rules we are seeing now, 1 quarter into this century, under attack. And I'll tell you that the national security strategy of the US is unsettling to the rules-based order. And just to give you a sense, and I don't want to go into great detail because we can spend the whole night talking about rules-based order, but there's some things that happened since the Trump administration came in that is really eroding the rules-based order. One is he's suggesting this institution to replace the UN. He has pulled out of 66 international organizations, including the World Health Organization, the Climate Agreement, of which is critically important to small island states. And pulling out of the climate change agreement, what it did, the contribution, the US is the largest, well, it used to be the largest polluter. They say China is the largest polluter now of the environment. But to clean up the damage from climate change, each of these developed industrial countries had to provide money to small island states who are the most vulnerable. That money is gone. There's no such money from the US anymore for climate change adaptation or mitigation. And that's unfortunate. And the other thing linked to that is the closure of United States Agency for International Development, USAID. What we used to refer to as the soft power window of United States power. That's gone. So we are really in, and then what we've seen is the use of the US military. And one of the things that concerns me, Mr. G, about the US military is that their budget has reached $1 trillion. $1 trillion, right? I don't know what they're doing with all of these weapons, but you see the kind of weapons that are being used in this Iran conflict. So you have that, and then you have Russia going into Ukraine without batting any eyes and say we're moving in, and so the rules-based order is in tatters. I can't say it's totally dead, but it's clearly moving there. And one of the institutions, the UN, is under serious pressure because the US is not paying its contributions to the UN. So consequently, the UN has lost 20% of its budget. So what I'm saying to you, we are facing a crisis at the top of the global order. And how the dust settles, we don't know, because now we are mired in conflicts like the Iran war that happened. We're now into the second week. And my colleagues have already outlined the impact of that. I don't have to go over that. But I think what I want to say, though, is that it will be important as I want to mention CARICOM in the sense that I am very concerned about the future stability of CARICOM, whether it won't go by the way of the West Indies Federation. There's a schism in the CARICOM. We have countries that are openly aligning with the US position, Trinidad, and then the president of Guyana, he was at this summit in Mar-a-Lago last weekend. I don't remember the name of that summit, but there was a name for it. And these countries fully embrace the action of the US in Venezuela. Now, that action, has been condemned as being unlawful. You don't just go into another country and arrest the president and spirit him away to face US courts when, he hasn't committed, well, they say he has committed crimes, we'll see. I've looked at the indictment and it's all about drug trafficking. And let me also mention in that indictment, it mentions Caribbean politicians who have looked the other way and allowed their territory to be used as transshipment points. Those politicians were not named, but it was emphasized in inverted commas, these Caribbean politicians who facilitate what they call cocaine routes into Europe. So we have a problem in the region with drugs, with cocaine in particular, and that's destabilizing our region, and then it has caused a lot of people to die in small boats. I mean, the US is just destroying small boats. Frankly, I've said that before. Small boats should not veer out too far in this context that we're in, because the US will blow you away. And whether they will pay compensation for you, I doubt it. They say you're in narco-terrorism, you're not, So I think also it's important more and more. And I think this current crisis of Iran tells us that the vital importance of moving to a renewable energy future. Because oil, for me, has no future. It will probably have future for the next 10 years. But by the time we get to 2035, we will see that oil will lose its importance and its significance. The world will stop making cars based on running on oil. That's where we're going by 2035. So the world is at this juncture of change, and it's having its direct impact on the Caribbean. The last thing I will say as opening statement, Mr. G, is that this CBI program that has been touted in these 5 Caribbean countries, it has brought in money, it has brought in income, but it has also put these countries in a quicksand and an isolation from the major powers in Europe, in Canada, and the United States. And if it is because that these countries, they came up with an interesting concept of this economic citizenship. But what is sad is that they have all distanced themselves from the control of these programs. They've handed it to foreign operatives, many of them operating in Dubai. And now look at what has happened to Dubai. You know, Dubai's airport has been shut. And thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people are stranded in Dubai. I hope some of our passport vendors are not caught up in this Dubai fiasco right now. But so Dubai doesn't have much of a future. If, as far as passport goes, what I want to see is the forensic accounting of the monies from the passports. I want to take all of the projects, like the Kempinski or Intercontinental Hotel. Let us do a forensic audit of what you did with the money, because we know you stole a lot of money, these agents. We know that. But we want to know what is the extent of it. And I think that the Americans, while I have some problems with some of their policies, the one thing that's happening from what they're doing in the region right now, they have scared all of these politicians to their wits. Some of them even have the potential of being indicted in US courts. So, and that is what the CBI has brought. It brought corruption. Our politicians have been benefiting, some of them, from CBI money, and it's time for that to end. Thank you, Mr. G.
Thank you, Crispin. Dr. Andre, before I come to you, as I'm going to come to you next, but I wanted to go over to Lambie to ask him to give our audience the numbers so they could maybe make a call, try to join the conversation if they need to.
The Global Viewing Queue, we are taking your calls from now at this moment. The numbers are as follow: 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097, 616-4257. Those are all local numbers. The international or overseas number is 305-432-9624. Let me run those numbers one more time. 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097, 616-4257, 305-432-9624. Back to you, Mr. G.
Yes, so you'll just interrupt us if a call comes in as we go along, Lambie. Dr. Andre, let me just come back to you for your further thoughts. So, Lambie, you want to take a call?
There's a call on the line. Please go ahead with your call. I think we lost that one.
Oh, you lost the call. So maybe the caller will call back in a minute and you can take the call. Dr. Andre, your further thoughts on this topic here tonight? I mean, you know, Crispin raised this question about the CBI program. And obviously, the Americans have scared some of these Caribbean leaders out of their wits because, you know, none of them has had the guts to say to Cuba, well, we are all multi-party states. I mean, could you maybe try to fix your regime? But then they went into this agreement with Cuba and benefited considerably from it. But now the Americans are saying you must terminate it, and they're all falling in line and terminating.
Yes, well, here's the inconvenient truth. You remember the famous, or should I say the infamous words, if not the CBI, then what? Here's the truth. The CBI program, given that it had absolutely no kind of due diligence mechanism, has rendered or transformed Dominica into a pariah state. It is not by coincidence that the British has imposed visa restrictions on Dominica. It is not by coincidence that the Americans have struck Dominica with a double whammy. You can only get a 3-month visa. You have to apply for it at significant cost. And when it expires, you have to apply for it again. So this is the problem. This is the fruit of the poisoned tree. And who's going to pay for it? Dominicans on the ground. Not these mercenaries who have benefited from these projects, these sweetheart deals with our political directorate, but Dominicans on the ground have to pay the price. But worse, the CBI program has made Dominica vulnerable. Why so? Because the Americans have the goods on our leaders. They know where the money, the financial bodies are buried. They know who has facilitated the movement of illegal drugs through the Caribbean to Europe and the United States. They know who have engaged in sanction busting activities insofar as Iran is concerned. And guess what? Some of these leaders who may have been implicated are lining up to offer concessions to the United States. Not to assist Dominica, but to save their skin, their own skin. So if you listen around the Caribbean, you'll hear some of the leaders say, they offer to mediate. Are you kidding me? They offer to mediate. They want to mediate. They're hungry to mediate. Why? Because they're afraid of the sword of justice, which is dangling over their heads, or should I say, prosecutorial sword. And we're not talking about what obtains in Dominica, you know. We're talking about serious stuff right here. So the Caribbean folk, certainly Dominicans, have to come up with initiatives to protect themselves from rising costs. They have to go back to the land. They have to go back perhaps to communal farming. They have to go back perhaps to time-honored traditions such as the Kudme. They have to go back to import substitution measures to reduce the high cost of food. They might have to discover perhaps on YouTube the good old-fashioned high technology called the coal pot. They cannot rely on geothermal. Trust me, that's a con game. I predict it will not alleviate, it will not reduce the cost of electricity in Dominica because it was not designed to do so. It has been sold already, as so many other institutions in Dominica. So Dominicans may have to fall back on their own resources, on those traditions that have sustained them in the hour of need. And we're not just talking about prayer. We're talking about action to protect their lives, to protect their livelihoods, and to protect their children. Because clearly the government is not protecting anybody except themselves. They're not protecting them. They're not lowering the cost of food or imports. There's no import substitution measures. There's nothing of the kind. So Dominicans may find that this perhaps is or will count among the most important periods in its history. It's where they have to find the metal to survive because the stars are aligned against the small island states in the Caribbean. They have to realize that CARICOM, quite frankly, can't offer them too much hope because the CARICOM countries, they're competing against each other. They're not acting in concert. They're competing against each other. Guyana used to give us rice. Not sure when the last time if we get any rice from subsidized rice from Guyana. I'm not sure about that. Trinidad has said, look, y'all want to play bad? Y'all want to play this ideological game? We're going to protect ourselves. Is Dominica protecting itself? Are our leaders protecting its citizenry from these harsh cold winds, from this harsh reality? I don't think so. So Dominicans have, as they used to teach the generation before me, you are the artificers of your own future. You are the architects of your own future. But Dominicans have shown a degree of resourcefulness in the past, and there's no doubt with further education and knowledge, they will continue to do so in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andre. Alvin, we want to go, let's revisit our topic again in a more intense way. You know,
I think we have a call, Lambi saying we have a call.
Okay, well, Lambi, let's take the call then.
Caller, are you still there? Please go ahead.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am still there.
Sorry,
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Lambi and the rest of the clan. Sorry, my voice is a little bad tonight, but I had to call in again because it's always a pleasure listening to, I think, some of the finest gentlemen that Dominica has produced. But I have been listening to the conversation, and one of the things, Mr. G, I've noticed is most of you on the panel tonight saw the advent of CARICOM, meaning the Bastille Accord. When CARICOM was formed, most of you were around. And there is a new generation of Caribbean people who are in line to take over the leadership of the Caribbean countries within the next 10, 15, 25 years, who do not know what it was like during the days of colonialism and after colonialism, our independence, and why CARICOM and all the other institutions were attempted to be formed in the interest of the people. I couldn't help but notice, Mr. Greg, when you talk about the rules-based world order and you started talking about World War II. But the where we find ourselves today didn't start at World War II. There are cultural conflicts, there are historical conflicts that go way beyond World War II. If we remember, World War I was a war among family members. And one of the things I think that is missed out is what style of governance we had in the past that caused all those revolutions and rebellions, where the people, the masses, the people rose up to make sure that they are counted in the distribution, the management, and the benefit of resources for the state. That has never stopped. And what has caused a lot of conflict and confusion, there are certain leaders around the world, and even in the Caribbean, who think that they have a God-given right to decide who gets the resources, who manages the resources, based on who's loyal to them. And what you find happening now with the CARICOM region, some of those leaders are supporting the industrial countries that have that system of government, that ideology, namely Russia, China, Iran, and some of these countries. And if you look at the history, you will see that all these countries at some point had interactions. People are not even aware that the United States helped put Saddam Hussein in office and took him out. The United States was involved in Iran when the Shah was overthrown by the Ayatollah. Where was the Ayatollah? He was in Europe. So we've had a connection of human strife for the past 1,000 years, if you ask me. And I think what we have happening today in the Caribbean, we should really ask ourselves, what are the new generation of leaders going to do? Because we really need new ideas and new thinking. I'm gonna tell you why. Just give me a second. I saw a news article that says China is now the leading creditor to the Caribbean and South America. And I think too many times what people don't appreciate and understand, that a market is made out of people with the availability of resources to buy goods and services. When I check the population of South America and the Caribbean, there's about, from March, the census from March, the data from March 2026 shows that there are about 690 million people in the Caribbean and in South America. You know what that represents? That represents market, that represents consumption, that represents brain power, that represents human resources that is frankly not being utilized in policy making and development countries. The United States with a GDP per capita of about $90,000 US, while China which is the second largest economy in the world, has a GDP per capita of about $13,000. You know what that means? That there are too many people for resources. And if China has to get up to $90,000, you can imagine the amount of consumption they will need to have. And the GDP per capita is an indication of how productive your society is per person. The reason I'm bringing that up is if the realize the importance of the Caribbean is to ensure that the people generate wealth, the people generate industries, the people generate a value through manufacturing, through innovation, and do those kind of things. When the people have money, when the people have disposable income to spend because we are creative, then we don't need to depend on other nations. France has about 60 million people. The Caribbean on a whole has 44 million people. And we cannot even get an airline to come to Dominica on a steady pace that's full. That is ridiculous. And I think part of the problem moving forward, and I've been seeing little indications of that, unless we focus our development plan on utilizing the human resource capacity to build for themselves, that they become the market with the 690 million people, then we are always going to be slaves. And I think too long what has happened is the people are not valued. And I think if you go back through history, why there are rebellions and revolutions against imperialism, feudal system, it's because the Americans understand what makes America great is the people having the opportunity to gain wealth. And before I leave, let me just give you a real life example of how that works. I am sitting down in an energy management class. And by the way, while you guys talk about energy, the industrial revolution could not happen without energy. And the main use of energy is not to light people's house. The main use of energy is to be able to do manufacturing, to be able to add value to your raw materials and goods. That is the best use of energy. So if you just put in energy for people to burn in their house and not making valuable use of that energy, it's a waste of time. It's frankly a capital waste of time. So I'm sitting in a class, and the United States is the only country that allows its citizens to own the minerals that is underneath their land. You know what that means? Gentleman A has 10 acres of land. He has oil on his land. He can lease his land, get royalties, and he now takes that money to invest while the guys who drilling take the cost. Every other country in the world, when they have minerals, oil, gold, diamond, the state takes it for themselves. You know what happens? Look at Nigeria. Look at some of these oil countries. There's corruption. Look at Venezuela. So there lies the problem. The problem is the Southern Hemisphere, the Caribbean, and some of those countries that are fighting to have dictatorships like China and Russia and those countries are not valuing the interests of the people, are not seeing people as the main resource for their own position. Why can't we? Right now they're bombing boats. Why isn't the west coast of Dominica filled with fish farms where we have used our college-educated students? We have more water around the Caribbean, and we are not the leading researchers in marine biology, where we can raise fish farms instead of going out and supply the industrial world with fish and canned goods, so that we can capitalize on the U.S. market. That is right in our doorstep. Why don't we do those things? But instead, we sit by and pretend our people are incapable, pretend our people are poor, pretend our people are stupid, and we sit by waiting for some God or somebody to come and give us handouts. And unless that mindset and mentality changes, my friends, we are going nowhere, and the U.S. will not allow any Eastern country to dominate or put a foothold of their military in the Western Hemisphere. And I think if these leaders, the sooner they understand that, I think the better we will get along in this new era. Gentlemen, thank you for your time, and I'm listening.
Yes, and thanks, and thank you so much for that contribution. I think you've said it all very well. Alvin, what are your thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Mr. G. I think the caller has really hit the nail on the head. And let me just, I think Crispin and Simeon and Dr. Andre sort of paint the framework, the perspective of where we are. And I will be the one to admit again that CARICOM has failed us. Bluntly said, CARICOM has failed the people of the region. On the question of food security, for example, CARICOM introduced an initiative 2-3 years ago, 25 in 25. And what that meant was to reduce the food import bill by 25% by 2025. They didn't come anywhere close to that goal, to the extent that they have moved the goalpost now to 25 in 2030. Okay? According to the Central Statistical Office in Dominica and local trade analysts, Dominica imported goods worth approximately 1.2 billion EC dollars, which is 444 million US dollars from the US between 2021 and 2024. 1.2 billion EC dollars, which is equivalent to 444 million US dollars between 2021 and 2024. That information is from the Statistical Office, not my information. In stark contrast, its export to the US, mainly agricultural products, essential oil, lotion, and artisanal craft, stood at a mere 4.4 million EC dollars, equivalent to 1.6 million US dollars. You hear the difference? 1.2 billion EC dollars to 4.4 million EC dollars. So clearly, I agree with Dr. Andre. Dominican folks need to come up with initiative because they're not going to do it for us. Let me just say again, Mr. G, the longest serving head of state on CARICOM is who? The Prime Minister of Dominica, Roosevelt Skerrit. He's been there for 22 years. And following in line is Gaston Browne. And who are the two prime ministers that have been targeted or being looked closely by the American? These two. The caller just said that a new era, new leadership. So if Prime Minister Skerrit continues, being there for 22 years on CARICOM, what has his contribution be? When you're telling me between 2021 and 2024, you spend 1.2 billion EC dollars on importing food from the US, and we only export 4.4 million. I mean, what are you telling me? What are you telling me? He's the grandfather on CARICOM. So clearly, Mr. G, let me just say too, the last caller made the point. Your human resource, your people are your main asset in or your main resource of your country. Singapore have no natural resource. Singapore is almost the size of Dominica, and Singapore has one of the highest GDP per capita in the world. Singapore. So that's where leadership comes in. That's where leadership comes in, Mr. G. I read a report just 2 days ago from earth.com. It's dated the 26th of February, 2026, by a staff writer, Eric Walls, talking about UN declares Earth has entered a period of water bankruptcy that is likely impossible to reverse. And it is alleged that 3 out of 4 people live in countries facing water shortages. And that as it finds that 70% of major aquifers are now in decline. That's water. The next war that is going to take place is not over oil, it's going to be over water. Okay? There is a book that was prepared by a Dr. Alan Williams. He's an environmentalist, economist, a Trinidadian, and the book is called Deluge. And the book, DEL.UGE, Deluge. Dominica water surplus, the Caribbean water crisis, and the global water challenge. Okay? Dominica water surplus, the Caribbean water crisis, and the global water challenge. So we have water. We have water, Mr. G. Currently, CARICOM has what is called a Global Water Partnership Caribbean arrangement on CARICOM. Are we spearheading that as the country in CARICOM that has a water surplus? Are we spearheading that initiative? Saudi Arabia and all this Middle East country are in dire need of water. So how are we using that resource? We are located between Guadeloupe and Martinique. We are in Europe. We are in the EU. We are more strategically located than any one of the other Caribbean countries. Have we leveraged that? There's a combined population of close to 1 million people in that region, 700 and something thousand people. Have we leveraged that? Have we found a way to ship, export to them and import from them to reduce our costs rather than importing from Miami? Because even some of the goods that we import from Germany or other places transship sometimes to the US and come through Miami. Have we exploited that? We talk about leadership. So, Mr. G, let me say what are some of the practical things that Dominicans need to do. And my friend Irvin alluded to that. We have to get back to our backyard and container gardening. There's no ifs or buts about it. And there are a number of things we can do. We can plant tomatoes, sweet peppers, lettuce, cabbage, beans, cucumber, callaloo, herbs, thymes, parsley, chives. I listened to this young lady on Smart, S-Smart, Rosemary, on a Thursday, where she talks about what they have at S-Smart and appealing to farmers for certain produce. Oh, we want Christophane this week. We want, whatever it is. What about our root crop? Cassava. We may have to go back to cassava and forget the flour and do cassava. I know my friend Crispin that's an area that he's heavily involved into cassava. Sweet potatoes, yam, dashing, tanyas. We have the land, we have the water, we have the people. We can do it individually or as a community. Now is not the time for us to be feel helpless or disengaged. As everyday people, we can do a lot. We have our hope is in our collective approach. What about harvesting? There's like 30-day crops, lettuce, callaloo, spinach, carrots. All of these are 30-day crops. We need to get back to grow that because these are some of the things we import. I heard Rosemary say they had last week. She said they had 9 varieties of apples. 9. Are we growing any one of those varieties in Dominica? What about encouraging people to plant a tree? Let's plant a tree in your backyard. You have land. Rather than the land just staying there idly, plant a mango tree, plant a breadfruit tree, plant an avocado tree. What about a guava, coconut, soursop, citrus? We can do that. What about backyard livestock rearing, backyard chicken, goat rearing, rabbit? So we can reduce on the import on the eggs and the meat and use the manure for composting. What about our meal? We may now have to eat more indoors than outdoors. Plan the meal. Save leftovers. Freeze it. Dry it. Preserve it. Pickle it. All of these are things we can do. Practical, Mr. G. What about water harvesting? We got a lot of rain. Last couple of weeks, I heard Dominica had a lot of rain. And guess what? We just allow the water to go down to the sea. We need water storage. We can do that. Our 4-H clubs in the schools, work with them. Bring all the nutrition and the dietitians together and get these young people to learn to use the yam, the cassava, and what can we do with the breadfruit. So I am saying all of this to say, Mr. G, that we must exercise resilience in a crisis. And we cannot roll and play dead. And the question of the US, and as Crispin outlined earlier, that's not going to change. If we think by saying and talking is going to change, it ain't going to change. We saw what happened with the establishment of ALBA, and we know who were the members of ALBA, and we know what was the objective of ALBA. And this Monroe Doctrine, which is now called the Donroe Doctrine, is not going to go away anytime soon. But I think as a people, as Dr. Andre rightly said, we can create our own future and our initiative. These are some of the things we can do until we get to the point where we feel that and we see the need to change the leadership. But in the meantime, there are short-term and medium-term initiatives that we can take as a people.
Yes, thanks a lot, Alvin. Simeon, this crisis, can result in creativity. And of course, we sometimes have to go back to the old to bring in the new, in the days of old.
I think we got a call, Lambi.
Lambi, you want to take a call? Let's take it.
Yeah, call up. Thanks for being there. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Dominica.
Good evening.
Good evening, St. Joseph. I know St. Joseph getting the bulk of that problem. Dominica getting the bulk, but St. Joseph in Dominica getting the cross that I took area because it's not good news coming out from St. Joseph. But I gotta tell you, my brother, the way Dominica run, it's like Dominica never had a prime minister for the last 25 years or 26 years. Because you can't tell me I have been celebrating, which is the first thing I have been attempt to do, the geothermal. But Vince forget, he tell us, he give the company or they list it to a company for 25 years. Now tell me, what kind of school this guy go to or this government go to school? Because you can't tell me you sell 51,000 passports, millions of dollars, and for $400 million, you're giving up a company to another company to get the profit on it. And that's the only thing that all you do to generate a little money that the country can save something and at least the people can see something on their return in their light bill. Secondly, when you watch the world today, the war, I want to ask all you a question, If America don't confront Iran today with the amount of weapons Iran have now, what will be the world in the next 10 years with Iran going at the rate Iran going? At a point in time, we have to confront Iran. But we have some traitors like Roosevelt Skerrit in the CARICOM in the Caribbean that making, ties with those people even when they're unbanned. What I pray, they bomb a place where they kill the president of Iran. And you hear documents flying left, right, and center. I pray to God they don't get a passport in there. That's what happened in war. When they take that kind of action, they are intelligence that they want. And they will have people there to collect as much intelligence that they can for them to know how to go forward to deal with Iran. My brother, we in that situation, I can talk for CARICOM, but I can't talk for CARICOM. I have to talk to Dominica. Dominica is in a bad state under Roosevelt Skerrit. Dominica is not exporting nothing. Look now, they're talking about an international airport, and I listened to the interview with those people this afternoon, that everything has to be tested for them to really approve it for an international airport that any plane around the world can land. And as far as we know in Dominica, none of that have taken place. So we're building an airport, and to me, we're building an airport without an airport for politics. Or for them big boys of China to come out straight China and come to Dominica to go straight in their hotel. Nothing is not being right about Dominica, and we sell 51,000 passports in the Middle East. So we have a lot to do with what's going on in the Caribbean, And the Caribbean have to help us take on Roosevelt's skeleton power. If Roosevelt can remain in power, well, we pin it back around the world. God bless Dominica. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks a lot as well for your contribution. Yeah, Simeon, you're going to make a few remarks now on some of what the callers have said, but some of what we have already in the opening remarks that we put on the table.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were talking about you were looking at the word of creativity. I think you see, all I would like to propose moving forward is when we view in every state of flux, there has to be a measure of creativity. And while I would say that it's unfortunate that the way the geopolitical climate has shifted to an almost ominous and ambiguous reality, because I'm looking at the Caribbean and the world today, and I'm saying to myself, how far back have we regressed? One time we were looking at a trajectory of being so progressive, so forward-looking, so developmentally oriented. And it behoves me to think that today, people have basically accepted a certain level of mediocrity. I mean, I cannot fathom, Mr. G and my panelists, how a country like the United States of America could elect a person and a personality like Donald Trump. How the Caribbean today has shifted from some progressive leaders to the kind of leaders we have today. But I will still say that in the midst of all this insecurity, this regional insecurity, compounded by all the threats that we face, and all these spikes in global instability and conflict that we are facing today, I think we have to beckon the best of our minds and the best of our people, and to prove the progressive professionals that we have. And you could also write petitions, if there are any, to repurpose our thoughts and redirect our thrust to see how we can influence economic and trade reform in the Caribbean so that we can advance. I think we have to look, and I think Dr. Andre or one of the panelists alluded to the electricity. Yeah, Dr. Andre. I mean, and even one of the callers that we have to look at energy and ask ourselves, how can we, as a nation, as a Caribbean moving forward, particularly Dominica, look at how we cannot be so dependent on gas, and how we can provide better opportunity for electricity and reduce the cost of living and production in the Caribbean. We need to increase production, and we have to seriously decrease. I'm not sure where Mr. Crispin Gregoire is. I know that Alvin is in Atlanta. Have you guys looked at the cost of prices of food in Dominica today? And the quantity of groceries that people can purchase? And before you put two little things in a trolley or in a basket, it's $500-600. I mean, I heard Alvin talking about, Rosemary says they have 7 different things of apple. Do you know how much for one apple in Dominica? $3-4 for an apple. And the cost of living in Dominica is just exorbitant. So we have to seriously look at the cost of living and also look at production. We produce very little. We have to ensure as well that Dominica, we have to look at how we can alleviate all the vulnerable supplies of chain disruption, because you get something in Dominica today, you cannot get it next week. You buy something last month, you cannot get it next month. And so we have a serious issue of supply and demand and change for thing in Dominica. We also have to look at investments in tourism and to see how we can ensure that we have that foreign direct investment, which is so crucial to our economic growth in Dominica. We speak about tourism, and the Minister of Tourism boasting about 1,000. When you compare the statistics of Dominica versus St. Martin or St. Lucia or Barbados or Antigua, it's minimal. We have nothing to cry about. And this is where I think we need to go. We have, and you know, I always say to myself, you know, you look at Dominica with all its potential, all its opportunities for tourism. Antigua has nothing that Dominica has. Barbados, St. Vincent, Trinidad has nothing in comparison to what Dominica has to attract people to come to Dominica. And yet, what are we doing to expand and invest in tourism in Dominica? You know, I'm wondering whether the government has really begun to sit down and you know, I said to myself the other day, if Norris Prevost had an opportunity of 10 more years of Minister of Tourism in Dominica, Dominica would be an envy of the Caribbean because that man had a vision and a plan.
Absolutely. I work with him. That was my minister.
We have to ensure how we can reduce the financial pressures and the constraint on Dominicans so that Dominicans are cushioned from all these shocks that they are going through. Okay, we have to seriously look at those things and to ensure that as a people, we create that kind of economic diversification where we reduce our dependency on imported products and enhance our local production with a view to achieving long-term security. And that last point, I think, is something we seriously have to look at in Dominica. Ms. Charles, in her last several years or so, she saw where Dominica was going in agriculture, and she continuously postulated economic or agricultural diversification, where she promoted small entrepreneurs, you know. And time after time, one of the problems we have in Dominica and the Caribbean is the fact that when one government comes in, they tend to disrupt any plans and progress of the previous government, right? If the Freedom Party, when they came in 1980, had taken the launch of what Patrick John and Libla had done and launched forward in manufacturing and agriculture, Mr. Grego, I keep saying I can never forget Expo 78 in Dominica. If the UWP had expanded what the freedom, and if this government, this Labour Party government, had not disrupted so many plans of previous government, Dominica would be a shining example of the Caribbean. But we have to be able to economically diversify Dominica. That is one serious thing that we have to pay attention to. We depend heavily on. I was about that preparation for the program tonight. If there is a serious blockade on imports to the Caribbean, Dominica might be one of the countries that would suffer the most. If you do a survey of the shelves of the supermarkets in Dominica, you will see that almost 95% of the products are imported into Dominica. The majority of the water on our shelves is imported water. Our meat, even some of our agricultural products, our canned goods, everything is imported. And so we have to pay very close attention to that. And that is why I will tell somebody that I grieve for the way that the CBI program has been run in Dominica. And I think we have done a disservice to Dominica and Dominicans by how we have implemented and managed the CBI program in Dominica. You know, there is something in economics or finance called a sovereign fund. I don't know if you guys have money into some kind of fund for the future use of the country. If we had just decided, okay, as a country, let us invest, let us have several sovereign funds where we would put money aside for agriculture from the CBI program, put money aside for education, put money aside for health, put money aside for small business development, put money aside for then you know something, we would be flourishing today because of our CBI funds. But we don't know. We don't know. So my concluding statement in this segment is that we have to look at what are the compounding factors that would necessitate an approach for economic resilience and security, and how do we prioritize our approach so that we can navigate the current global situation, the current national economic situation, away from any of the turmoil that we are in now, or any future situations of turmoil that we may face, and provide greater security for our people in Dominica and the Caribbean. And I think if I were to posit any form of creativity moving forward, it would be those areas that we need to look at very closely to ensure that we have a very positive outlook, and we can have a trajectory of positive economic, social, and political growth for Dominica and the Caribbean.
Well, thanks a lot, Simeon, for that. Now, Crispin, you know, everything that Simeon has said and all the previous panelists have said, you know, we've been down that road before. Let us not forget that Dominica used to be exporting a lot of stuff, you know. Dominica had DCP, Dominica had Benja Shoe, Dominica had all kind of bare load, Dominica. In other words, you know, we've done a lot of those things before. I mean, Dominica used to build its own houses. They didn't need the foreigners to come and build houses for us. Farmers used to do a lot of things. You had DBMC, and you had $188 million of bananas being exported when Eugenia was in office. So the point is that we've done this before. Why on earth we stopped doing this? And I don't know why we didn't just improve on what we were doing and modernize and so on and get better at it and export more. And then, in fact, the question of import substitution would not even have to, because it means that the products we produce locally would be competitive with what's on the shelf imported from outside. Mm-hmm. And so Crispin, your further thoughts on what this crisis has created, opportunities that this crisis has created for us in terms of forward thinking and creativity to take ourselves out of this thing.
Yes. Well, let me underscore further that what is at stake for the Caribbean countries in at the beginning of the second quarter of the century is a whole new thinking must emerge as to how they go forward. And these countries have continued the economic structures that came out of the colonial order, and they have kind of built on it, but those structures of the colonial order are not viable anymore. They in totally disarray, and the countries are still continuing along the path of development that they chose 40 years ago. For example, let's take Dominica. When the late Prime Minister Rosie Douglas ran his campaign in 2000, of which I was a co-manager, one of the major planks of his political agenda was to build a new economy, a post-banana economy. And sadly, Mr. G, we have failed miserably in building a post-banana economy. We continued to have the mindset of a monocrop. It used to be bananas. When we were producing 70,000 tons of bananas in the heyday of bananas in the 80s and the 90s, we got comfortable, but we just sent green bananas to England. We didn't explore what kind of industrial possibilities that banana presented. And banana presented many opportunities that we did not embrace. For example, we can make rope from bananas. We can make paper from bananas. Paper for like cotton paper for boxes and all of these things that we could make from the stem of the banana. We didn't do all of these value-added things to bananas. We just comfortable selling bananas until we lost the preferences in Europe, and then we start scratching our heads. If not bananas, tell me what. So then we kind of meandered and maneuvered and not knowing where we're going, and then someone came up with this idea of the CBI and selling citizenships, and we jumped in that boat. And the unfortunate thing we did with that CBI is we let foreign operatives take control of the CBI, and they really, since they're not, our national interest is not theirs, then they saw CBI as a way for them to make millions of dollars and let those people from the islands wallow in their poverty. And that was what has happened with CBI. So now CBI is on its deathbed, and we are now saying, if not CBI, what do we do? I am saying that this is the opportunity for us to have a reset, and that is get back on the track of building a new economy with different pillars. One of them being water, our most abundant resource, which is the scarcest commodity on the planet. And we let 1 billion gallons of water go to the sea daily, fresh water that is, which is one of the scarcest things in the world. And we are importing water. We're importing bottled water from places like Antigua, that's bottling water. So I'm saying that there's something fundamentally wrong with the mindset of the Dominican people as to what is the strategic interest. Why should we be buying water from Antigua? Right, that has no water endowment, right? They have to use reverse osmosis to get fresh water. So water, a culture industry. Look at where we are located. Dr. Andre talked about our location. In real estate, the watchword is location, location, location. We have that with our location. We are located between 1 million French European citizens. Then our tourism, it has had some growth. Yes, I think we have returned to pre-COVID levels of tourists. But I don't see a vigorous marketing in Europe through France. France is next door. We already have 1 million people next door in these two islands. And then by France being our gateway to Europe, no longer England. England is not our gateway to Europe. They pulled out of the European Union, Brexit. I don't know why they did that, but they had lessons now. But for us, we need to align more with France because we are a Francophone country. So the opportunity of France and being our gateway to Europe. And we must have a foreign policy that is embracing of everyone, friends of all, enemies of none. That must be our mantra, building partnerships. For example, when Dominica is offered aid from an African country called Algeria, and Dominica does not accept the aid for no good reason except opportunism, rank opportunism, that is. Then we say, well, we're not getting help. You know, you make all of these colossal errors. You don't embrace new partnerships with countries like Algeria, like Turkey, and others who would help us, who are not at the table right now, but ready to come to that table. And then we have to build a new education system, because we're still into colonial education. And colonial education cannot get us where we want to go as a developing country like a Singapore. You know what the Singapore people developed? They developed their own system of teaching math to children in schools. It's called Singapore mathematics. If I had learned Singapore mathematics, I would probably be a mathematician today. Our curriculum needs a change of direction. What we are doing of training people to be civil servants, that time is over. We need to be training people to be industrialists, entrepreneurs, and people who can produce things. Students who would leave fifth form and go and produce in a greenhouse. That is the kind of agriculture we're talking about. Because if we want young people to get into agriculture, it must be attractive. Young people must learn that there is money to be made in agriculture. If the moment you can produce food, you will sell it. And a lot of our young people, they don't want to go and dig. They don't want their hands to be dirty. But I'll tell you, that is where you make the money. So I think there's a whole mindset. The opportunity that arises for us at this point in the second half, the second 25 years that is starting now, looking towards 2050, I will not be there then, but I'll say to you that if we don't set down now those pillars of a new economic, social, and political reality, we will be in a chaotic environment going forward towards 2030. So I think that, and Mr. G, the other thing that is disturbing about Dominica, right, is the political divide. We have a very partisan, unnecessary partisan approach to governance. And that if you don't toe the ruling party's line, you are ostracized. You're not allowed to participate. You know, you're an enemy of the state. That is an unfortunate thing, because a good number of our brain power don't support what's going on in Roseau. And consequently, they're not allowed to be part of the development approach of the country. And that you cannot have that unique, very difficult resource, natural resource, and it's not utilized. So there are too many people who are educated in Dominica who are not allowed to participate in the development process, and that's an unfortunate thing. And we saw that after Hurricane Maria. While the government is speaking loud about, oh, the first climate resilient country in the world, of course, that's a noble aspiration. But when your political reality is that you are split in two camps that cannot come together to build the country, then you have a problem. And you will never achieve climate resilience because your people is not fully mobilized. Everybody must be on deck. And the administration strategy has been to alienate people who don't support them politically. And Dominica, it's not like the ruling party has so much more support than the opposition. I wonder if they still have that much support. So you cannot ostracize people on who they support. They have to participate in the development process. So our human resource has to be put to the national development aspiration of our country. And that is where we must go. That is where we have to go. And then on energy, I would say that let me applaud the government for realizing finally a geothermal plant. I hope that the testing phase will go well. I want to say though that while this is very good that now we are going to produce 10 megawatts of power from natural resource that we have. But we have so much of that natural resource, it begs the question, why a 10 megawatts geothermal plant that's not meeting your total installed demand of 20 megawatts? That's a problem. And there seems to be a hostility by the administration towards solar energy development. And I'm saying we need to realize Pierre Charles's vision that he articulated at the World Conference on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg in 2002, where he said that in 10 years, his vision was for Dominica to produce electricity 100% on its own sources. And that's possible. Look at where we are in 2026. Solar is the cheapest source for generating electricity. And we have abundant solar across the Caribbean. That is one of the free assets that God gave to these islands in the tropics. They can all be self-sufficient in electricity generation. And consequently, when you go to electricity generation and you're generating enough power to meet your needs, here's what the future holds. Data centers. Data centers. When myself and others who were planning the geothermal, and there are some people who are running around in Roseau as that they are the czars of geothermal. I want to ask them two simple questions. When did you get involved in the geothermal? Do you know the history of the geothermal from 2001 to now? Especially that first phase, and how much money was raised in that first phase? Because some of these people who are talking as though they are the experts in geothermal, they were not involved in getting the geothermal program. And I'm waiting to see when they commission, who are the people that they're going to applaud who started the geothermal program. And there's a group of people who have been ostracized. They started the whole idea of the geothermal program and got it going with Pierre Charles. And they're not mentioned at all. You know, it's some doctors that think they know it all. So, but here's the other thing about geothermal I want those people to answer for me. Can you tell me a little bit about what happened at Soufriere with West Indies Power and the geothermal license they got and the monies they got from the Aid Bank and the National Bank? Have they paid their loans back? Have you seen any drilling in Soufriere? No. There's corruption there that needs to come to the table. And here's the question I want to be addressed when they commission the geothermal plant. Give us a total economic picture of how much money has been spent on geothermal development. Second, how much do we owe? What is the debt from geothermal? It's significant. We have a lot of loans for future generations to pay. For a 10 megawatt plant, that is where I'm unhappy, Mr. G. I beg to I applaud the government on one hand for at least finally after 20 years, it's 20 something years we've been trying to do a geothermal plant. We got there now, but it's woefully inadequate. 10 megawatts is not going to change the light bill of Dominicans. I would like the government to tell me, what will it cost per kilowatt hour for geothermal power? I bet you they can't tell you. I bet you they can't. And they cannot tell the Dominican people when their light bill will go down. The only time when your light bill is going to go down is when there's 100% renewable energy generation from the sources that exist in the country. And that is geothermal, that's hydro, that's solar, that's wind, that's wave action. All of these sources to generate power, Dominica has. So we could be totally self-sufficient in energy and attract data centers to come to our shores, because data storage is critical. You see what the AI, everybody's talking about AI, artificial intelligence. Well, artificial intelligence requires a lot of power, a lot of energy for it to work. And if we can produce cheap energy in Dominica through 100% renewable, we can attract data centers to locate in Dominica. When I was working on the geothermal program with the government of Iceland, that's what the Icelanders told me that we should look at. We should have our eyes set on data centers. So Mr. G, that is a new economic reality that Dominica must look towards, because CBI has failed us now.
True, very true. No, and Irving Andre, as we come back to you on this, I mean, not only we can't give proper full accountability for all the investments in the geothermal project to date, and we cannot determine what is the unit cost going to be to see whether in fact is going to reduce the cost of household electricity consumption. But then we've after spending all this, investing all this money, we've taken this project and given it to an Israeli company that is not invested a cent in this whole thing and just going to reap the rewards of this thing. So now let us really take a look at this, because you see what is happening there. I mean, the final thing is that you have an administration, all of the things we talked about that used to be done, and all the creativity and so on that is being, held back. We've had an administration in office for the last 25 years, and they have not done any of that. I mean, are we to believe that they are able to do any of that going forward into the next 25 years? So give me a break. I mean, so Dr. Andre, your thoughts on all of this going forward?
You will be dreaming in Technicolor if you believe that they will shift and go back to the old proven ways and take initiatives that would inure to the benefit of Dominicans. The fact of the matter is this: with our history of creativity and resourcefulness, we can create our own ecosystem, quite frankly. And there's a saying, Mr. G, you think big or you go home. Dominica is facing a crisis of leadership. It's a leadership that, quite frankly, plays very little weight or value on enriching and on empowering Dominicans. They place very little initiative or value on our indigenous traditions. They place very little value on the products that we have that have sustained us for a significant period. The fact of the matter is, here's the inconvenient truth, Mr. G. Kickbacks, no bid contracts, selling out to foreign companies, mysterious accounts in Dubai and elsewhere, money laundering have collectively been the dream killers of Dominica. There are many initiatives that we can take in the face of hardship, but is there the will to take those initiatives? Whatever happened to our Bay Oil industry? Huh? I don't know. Whatever happened to agro-processing, whether it's grapefruit segments, orange segments, apricot segments, whatever happened to that industry? What about bespoke soaps? What about the Refresh soap that was on every cruise line a couple decades ago? What about agro-tourism? There's a movement back to nature, quite frankly. What about trying to take initiatives to propose that? What about the health and wellness industry? Whatever happened to the Trails of Dominica? Bernard Wiltshire's initiative is dying on the vine. What about the designer rums that we make? Dominicans are quite resourceful. Coconut punch, dashing punch, sorrel punch, you name it. What assistance is being given to those folk in terms of marketing, coming up with labeling, coming up with branding? Nothing. What about creating a hub for athletics, cross-country, long-distance running, the trails that we have? What about biking trails? Ronald Charles has taken the initiative in the whole question of the biking activity. What about our medicinal herbs? What work is being done? We have a University of the West Indies right there. Just today on Matt program, there was a geologist talking about the abomination that is going on in the branch. What are we doing to market those natural products at a time when there is a preoccupation with what is natural as opposed to chemical stuff? What about the creation of an electronic hub? Rosie Douglas was very big on that idea. But whatever became of it? We're not talking about having these little companies, what's the name of it, with telephone banks, and you pay your workers $6, $8, $9 an hour and so on. What about activities that add value, as Christine has talked about? What about the packaging of our coconut water? Huh? So many trucks in Roseau and God knows everywhere at the back of vans selling these coconuts and so on. You mean to tell me we don't have enough coconut trees to package in little cardboard packages, brand it, label it, and sell it? What about the French islands that Crispin talked about? There's one person, well, two persons. Rosie Douglas was quite frankly very much taken up with the potential of being between those two French islands. But not only that, Washwe Douglas, his younger brother, also was very instrumental in forging ties between Dominica and these two countries. But there's another added advantage. These two countries, islands, I should say, particularly Guadeloupe, they have a very strong progressive tradition based on a history of fighting for liberation, fighting for self-actualization. That is something that could be nurtured and cultured. What about our cultural industry? We talked about the success of the last carnival. It was probably successful because there were bands, if I heard correctly, from the French islands, from Antigua, if I heard correctly, St. Lucia, and so on. What about building up this activity as part of a wealth creation generation industry in Dominica? What about our boating industry? Huh? What about the boating industry in Portsmouth? What about pioneers like Neville Wade? What about schooners that were built right on the banks of at Granville? We just allow it to die on the vine, allow it to be cast by the wayside because it's a marina we want for yachts, which bring their own problems. And I will not elaborate. Crispin has talked about our water. What about our music industry? What about creating a hub or hubs where aspiring musicians can congregate or make excursions or pilgrimages to Dominica, where they can meet, they can break bread, musically speaking, where you have recording equipment, you have people singing, Crispin has a nice voice, you have a genesis or you have a rebirth of that type of creative activity associated or accompanied with marketing initiatives. There's no initiative, Gasso. Say passport we want to sell. And we love the passports, as Mr. Gonzalez told us, because they thief in the money. That's the attraction. Look at the apartment buildings being built. Those apartments put the lie to the belief that somehow, unless it's foreign persons building, the quality is deficient. Huh? The stench produced by some of those passports has nothing to do with perfume, to be honest with you. What about the grammar school that was being constructed by another foreign company? Isn't it true that the roof fell down mysteriously? What about the report we were promised in 30 days? I probably didn't see it. Probably Simeon see it. He sees more than I. Nothing. But we are laying all our stock on foreign people, for God's sakes. It's reverse colonialism. It's that we are regressing. We have no confidence in our own folk, despite their history of resilience. We have a crisis of leadership. And once we resolve that crisis of leadership, then things will happen. That is the main problem that we face in Dominica. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andre. Well, Alvin, I'm down to you for a closing remark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. G. Well, first of all, let me thank you and the many folks who are still with us on the program and my fellow panelists. I think we've covered quite a bit tonight. I think there's absolutely no doubt from Dr. Zandri's contribution. He have pointed out to a number of areas, and so has Crispin and Simeon. We are people that we can do it. There's no question about it. I mean, Dominicans, whether they're at home or in the diaspora, have demonstrated the ability to do things. We are a resilient people, a successful people. And the note that he ended on, until we get the right leadership in place, that is true. But in the interim, while folks are suffering, and they're going to suffer more from that war, we have to take certain initiative. And I've already alluded to some areas that I think that Dominicans can begin to look at. The question of having a coal pot is not foreign. Get your coal pot, get your charcoal. Because the gas is there's going to be a shortage of gas, and the price might be you wouldn't be able to find gas. Plant something, grow some vegetables, do something, get into community, empowerment. There has to be a part of what I call a collective hope. And the challenge is for us to take action. We cannot not take action. There's one area we didn't even touch on, and which is going to impact Dominica significantly. I know Simeon talk about the price of food and shopping. Do you know between 2023 and 2024, we sent home, we in the diaspora, almost $200 million by way of remittances. Between the period of a 10-year period, 2014 to 2024, we send them $1.2 billion. Billion with a B in remittances. And we know, and that doesn't take into account those barrels that are sent with stuff. That too is going to be impacted. So I'm saying that there are some initiatives that we can take, notwithstanding, and I agree with Dr. Andre, the areas he have identified. I know most of the schools have a school feeding program in most of the schools. I was listening to a program just last week with a lady by the name of Cheryl Plummer, and she's doing quite a bit of work in some of the various primary schools. Let's get back to a school gardening. Let's get back into a school gardening, the 4-H club. I mean, these are stuff that we can do right now, and we have to do it. We don't have a choice, because failing to do it, one, we will not have the foreign exchange money to pay for the foods and that we're importing. Two, we won't be able to get the food, as a matter of fact, so we have to change our taste buds. Those of us who I heard she said shrimp. She mentioned shrimps was like $40 a pound with 20 shrimps in the back or something like that. Those who have the taste for shrimp have to change that taste bud. She talked about bagels and something cheese, cream cheese. So all of that has to change. We now have to grow the little rabbit in the backyard, grow the little fowl there. Got 2 goats. I raised up in Roseau at the time, Phil's Lane, as a young boy. And my grandmother had some fowls there. I used to go up Bathurst Street and get the zeb, go and cut the coconut every morning to feed the fowls, the chicken. I never knew us buying chicken. On a Sunday, we just take one, and they used to kill them. Then, Mr. G, it was so horrible. We all should go to jail. And we cook, and let me tell you, what better food to cook on a coal pot? A chicken and a red beans on that coal pot. I mean, that's nowhere can taste as the food that cook on the gas stove. So we have to get back into that. During the World War I and II, women back home was using the flour bag. Flour used to come in those big bags, and they would take the bags, my grandmother told me, and wash it and bleach it and use that to make as much as underwears for the women and skirts and stuff. So the point I'm making is that let us take the challenge to take the action today. Let's not feel defeated. As everyday people, we can do a lot. We still have a lot going for us. We have the land, it's still there. We have the water, it's still there. We have the resilient people who are still there. And that kind of combination can give us quite a bit. The final thing I will say, though, is that We have to preserve that. And I heard today, NACIO stood in front of heavy equipment that was going into Deboche to as one might say, to decale the place even more. We have to protect our resources. We must not allow any foreigners to come in and damage our water resource, damage our environment, and sit back and do something. There needs to be a lot more NACIOs saying, no, it's not going to happen. And I commend the young professional that was on Matt program today talking about, this issue. So I think we need we can do it. The long term, as I will say, and maybe I'll just plug that in before I go. Every Dominican in Dominica, get registered to vote and get your name confirmed on the voters list. Because at the end of the day, all this leadership we're talking about that we want to see change, if your name is not on the list, you cannot vote, period. Period. If your name is not on the list, you cannot vote. So I'm urging all Dominicans, as I understand it, yesterday, registration opened up, so persons can now register to vote. Please, 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 I'm urging all young people who can hear my voice, please go in and register to vote, reconfirm to vote, so that when the opportune time comes for us to say we need a change of leadership to identify and to take charge of all the things that Dr. Andre mentioned, we can be in a position to do that. So do not panic, be prepared, stay focused.
Yep, thank you, Alvin, for the closing remark. Crispin, your closing remarks? You're muted.
I just wanted to say, Mr. G, that on the list of talking points that you gave us, and there were quite many, and but there's one I just wanted to end with my closing remarks by going to that. And you asked, so where does CARICOM and the OECS go from here in this new global crisis? What are the implications for the Caribbean relations with Venezuela, China, and Cuba in the face of U.S. geopolitical interests in the Caribbean, as manifested in the U.S. actions in Venezuela and Cuba? Clearly, the U.S. is very assertive and hardline and using gunboat diplomacy. So we have to know how to adapt to that. And you know who reminds me of having managed relations with the U.S.? Dame Eugenia Charles. As much as I had different political outlook than her, we were not on the same pathway in terms of thought processes politically. But I respected Miss Charles because she knew how to engage President Reagan. What I don't see right now in the CARICOM is any of the leaders engaging the U.S. in a strategic way. Trinidad is engaging the U.S., but they're underdog. They're under a lot of pressure and they have to yield. It's unfortunate that that has happened to Trinidad, because Trinidad was the leading country in the CARICOM. And Trinidad has sort of compromised their interests and said their national interest comes first, when they really should be paying almost equal attention to regional interests. Because Trinidad's market is the CARICOM. Trinidad is the largest producer of manufactured goods. Well, maybe Jamaica comes closer, but Trinidad is a formidable manufacturing center, producing a lot of things that the world needs. We don't even realize how important Trinidad's economy is to other parts of the world. But I would say that where CARICOM and the OECS should go is into a new arena with Africa. The African Union has now opened its arms to welcome CARICOM in terms of partnerships. And what I would say is each of the Caribbean countries needs to look at the African continent and say, who can I partner with? which country in Africa am I best positioned to partner with? Now, there are two things that's important for the Caribbean and Africa. One is that a substantial majority of the population in the CARICOM have African origins. They came from enslaved Africans, and we can actually trace the different parts of Africa they came from. Like, for example, Dominica. Dominica has a large Nigerian presence in the ancestry of the enslaved people who were brought to Dominica. So we have a natural affinity to connect with Nigeria. I lived in Nigeria for 6 years, and I'll tell you, one of the things I learned is a lot of things that we do unconsciously is Nigerian, and we need to connect with them. The other countries need to connect. Ghana is connecting with Jamaica. Jamaica has a large Ghanaian ancestry. Same thing for Suriname. The Maroons of Suriname are Ghanaians. So we have opportunities to connect with the continent in a way we've never connected before because of distance. I think Africa, the frontier of Africa is open to the Caribbean, and we need to embrace it. And that's what I'll say for tonight. Thank you, Mr. G.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Crispin. Simeon, your closing remarks?
Very brief. Certain moments in life crisis call for a new paradigm of leadership, and I must say now that based on the global reality and the Caribbean situation, we have to critically examine leadership in all its forms. Alvin alluded to the fact of the previous wars before in the last century, but I'm not sure if we have fully assessed the possible impact that this current global crisis is going to have on us in the Caribbean as well as the world. I don't think we're paying enough attention to it. I think by and large, people are very nonchalant about the reality. But when one looks at the spill of problems that's going to overflow into the Caribbean on the international market and Dominica, if we don't pay close attention to it now, sooner or later, I think the level of suffering and the magnitude of all the negative implications that we will experience, we might not be prepared for it. We cannot be going around in our jolly way, because this is the age of technology. This is the age of AI. There were no cell phones. There was little electricity. There was no pipe-borne water. A lot of the luxuries that we enjoy now were not present in previous global situations. And so the level of disruption that is going to take place if we do not pay close attention to be proactive, as has been mentioned, and to determine what we're going to do with it, Dominica and Dominicans who have become so dependent on foreign everything, we have become almost an uncreative people. We have become a people who have basically say, let China do it, let Venezuela do it, let Kerry do it, while we sit down and we just engaging in rum and siwo. I don't think that we have really appreciated the possibilities of our inability to cope with the impending dilemma should that thing continue. And so my closing remarks tonight is to beckon our leadership, those with voices, those who are at the helms of different organizations. We need to start setting an alert to people that we need to stand by and get ready. Perhaps at the end of it all, it could point in new directions, because one thing I will say, Dominica and the Caribbean needs a whole pivot to new directions. I think we've lost our way economically, socially, politically, religiously, and every which way you can. And maybe this might be the cusp upon which we may open our eyes and enlighten our minds and say, hey, we need to change course, we need to change direction. And hopefully that will ignite in us the need for new leadership, that would ignite in the minds of people the need to examine ourselves closely and rekindle that progressive spirit of Dominicanness and the Caribbean people that we had before. That's my only hope. Other than that, if we continue to be nonchalant and indifferent to what is happening around us, I think we will not be the better off. But in summary, I would say perhaps this creates an opportunity where we will be able perhaps to trigger a new paradigm, so to speak, with a new dynamic and a new methodology so that we can change course as to the direction where we are going, which is by all means looks precipitous by the lack of vision and all to it will of our Caribbean leaders to drive us in that direction of the progressive people that we once were. I think that's one of my regrets. You know, we are not that progressive people as we were in the Caribbean as we were before. We are latent, we are ambivalent, we're nonchalant, we accept anything goes. We become very subservient and dependent and unproductive. And I think we as a people, we have the capacity, we have all the various resources within us, within our sinews. And I think we just need to decide where we want to go as a people and as a nation. That's how I'd end tonight.
Yes, and thanks a lot, Simeon. And of course, you know, the new industrial revolution hovers around AI and data centers and so on. And if we want to take advantage of that, this requires a lot of energy, a lot of electricity. And so we have to generate a lot of renewable energy in order to take advantage of this new frontier. So Dr. Andre, your closing remarks?
Let me commend all the panelists. I think they all gave brilliant presentations this evening, and I can say quite frankly that it makes me feel better that at least there are folks who are prepared to express or speak truth to power and give Dominicans some hope. And I'm going to end on hope. Hope is the currency, in my view, or hope is what should flow throughout every stream, every road, every neighborhood, every house in Dominica like a mighty stream. We, the leadership, enlightened leadership, people's leadership, servant leadership, provides hope to the people, not opportunities to foreigners to fleece their own people. Hope is something that, as I said, should be given to every farmer, every young entrepreneur, every student looking for a job, every person who is hoping to build a little business of their own, every member of the Kalinago people who historically have been overlooked. Hope given to all those who believe that development is about development of people, not tearing down historical structures to erect those tall, soulless buildings, which appears to be monuments of money laundering. Development is much more than that. We have to literally wrest the idea and the philosophy of true development from those who, quite frankly, make a mockery of it, because that is exactly what we see in Dominica. Look at the library. Look at the old Generous building. Look at the Prime Minister's or Premier's house on Mount Bruce. Look at the Barracoon next to the new Rosa Market. They all have one thing in common. They're being allowed to die a slow death. They're being assassinated by a mercenary called termites, and nothing is being done. If you cannot preserve what you have, if you cannot offer hope to your people, then how can you justify being in a position of leadership in this country, particularly at this time where it seems to me Dominica is facing an existential threat, not just on account of the war with Iran, but on account of the backlash with respect to the wanton sale of one of our most cherished possessions, our passport. That is being done when people still do not have roofs over their houses, when the effects of Hurricane Maria is still very much evident throughout the landscape. We need to cleanse this land, not with buildings, soulless buildings, but with a new vision, a new philosophy, a new religion, if as it were, that, as we used to say with meaning, you are your brother's keeper. Thank you very much, Mr. G.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Andre. Well, it's only left for me to say thanks a lot to every one of you who are with us on social media, on YouTube and on Facebook. Stayed with us throughout the evening. Thank you for that. And thanks a lot to our panel, Simeon Joseph and Crispin Gregoire, Alvin Thomas, and Dr. Irving Andre and Lambie, of course, and Sherwin, and to all of you who called and participated in the program with us tonight. Thank you so much, and have a very pleasant good evening. Take care, everybody.
Thank you very much. Good night, folks.
Thank you, Mr. J. Good night, folks.
Wonderful.
Okay, good night.
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
The Global View on Q, the big station. Insights into where the people of Dominica and the Caribbean came from, understanding our past, embracing our present, charting the way forward into our future. Together, eliminating poverty, embracing justice, peace, and togetherness. The Global View on Q, networking Dominica with the rest of the world. The experts are in the house. From Dominica, Canada, the Caribbean, the United States, Europe, Asia, and the rest of the world. Engaging all Dominicans at home and abroad on our agriculture, our economy, our foreign relations, our justice system, our governance, our international competitiveness, our education, our world-class festivals and entertainment, sports, politics, regional cooperation, and much more. Globally positioning Dominica within the Caribbean. Join the conversation on the Global View on Q. Tune in, call us, have your say. The Global View on Q, only on Q95, the big station.
Looking out my window, and I'm a thinking of tomorrow, and I'm a wondering what the future will be. Thinking of the children who are the victims of oppression, beaten down by wolves and eaten up by starvation. I'm a shade and we, there's only one beyond. And the children can go and play. I wanna see we, all oppression will be gone, and the people will rise up and say, freedom at last, freedom at last. So freedom at stop. Freedom has to yeah. Yeah. Sitting in seclusion, dominating my meditation, and I can hear the voice of the sufferers cry for justice. Oh, another rocky war is raging, face of nuclear war is rising, and the world is gripped by fear of mass destruction. From children and me, there's only one beyond, and the children can go and play. Wanna see me, all oppression will be gone, and the people will rise up and say, freedom at last. Freedom at last. So free, freedom has gone. Freedom has gone. Oh yeah. So much bloodshed and sorrows. There is nothing for the truths of tomorrow. So many mothers crying, so many feel around. When we lead it, so when we do something worth it, and the children can go and play. I wanna see when we leave, all oppression will be down, and the people will rise up and shout, freedom must go on. Sitting by the door one morning, thinking of my broken dreams. The voice in my head singing its same old song, the song of my sweet little ones. Nothing to give but hope, and I cry inside, but you can't see. Oh yes, I hurt inside, but you can't see. Only faith has got me moving, and I thank you, Lord, for that, 'cause now I'm gonna push on through. Ooh. Life is a journey with lots of signs. Been through the lane so fast that I failed to understand the principles of life. Should have learned to love and listen. Shouldn't dream it's over now. And I cry inside, but you can't see. Oh yes, I hurt inside, but you can't see. Only faith has got me moving, and I thank you, Lord, for that, 'cause now I'm gonna push on through.